There is nothing. Only ever, never, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. Yes, it is.
An awareness creeps up on you. A mass lies hidden in your dead angle. So
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me. Do you really?
you wouldn't like it if I told you what was back there. Why'd you think you had to bludgeon yourself into oblivion?
Fear and apprehension. You should ask what's out there first.
There's this giant ball there. And you can't even make out it's infinitesimally small. Vying for resources is just a Yes, it is. You lost.
You hear a jingle. It says, the window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows it. The shards face outward. Whatever, a fine web of more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool. It is too large. The single congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. The cool wind gushes in. This fan has two chain pull switches. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You reach out to grab the tie. This is for quite still ongoing. Finally, the pressure recedes. This fan has two chain pulls. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous thick tie. There they both are. Two identical like two baby crocodile. Good. They're balanced. Comfy. Feels like a mirror hangs above. Hot water sprays from the... Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits as you slowly abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what... Behold. You have no idea who this thing is, do you? Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. Oh my God. You can't stop. It's like it's not even voluntary. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You should check yourself for a pulse, because from here it looks like a cadaverous. You find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall, like the rest of you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall, like the rest of you. It comes from a bad place somewhere. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall, like the rest of you. It comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to you. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, a door.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks.
No. Because you're a police officer. I am, yeah. You've been here for 3. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, could it be because of the drinking? Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer. Of course. Be careful, officer. They don't like the police around here.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. She looks back at you, a light glinting off.
Yes. The dock workers are pretty cocky. You're in a hostel, sir. We are in Revachol.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in
Forever and ever.
and ever and ever. Out of the corner of your eye, you see the hair on the back of your hand standing on end. It feels as though low-grade lightning is coursing through you. You must be hypersensitive from the hangover.
It's 51. The current century. Centuries don't have numbers. They have. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir. You're right. There is nothing. There was the usual. I couldn't say. It's impossible to hear people speak. Oh, yes. Various artists. Oh, were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. It would appear so. A slow, sad song started playing. Like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time you were yelling along to it. Yes, there was a church in there. A real. That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone. Don't be. I was going out later. Then you started screaming and trashed the place. No, it didn't. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. There was. I think you screamed that. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it. Glad to have been of assistance.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know you're, of course, at this point, precise through a PA system by other people. You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious. No, don't sing the happy. You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs. A man in his late, that was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Oh no, you're a hero.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room? You're right, you didn't. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
A competent work. Looks like the bird was ripped off the... Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over there. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird.
No, I'm not the...
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
I have 3 cafeterias to manage. She just, you know...
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your call.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up? Oh, excuse me. Do you have something better to do than lust for sweet syrupy rum and lemonade? With a twist of lemon? Maybe lime. On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine. The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does. The worker, isn't it? Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness. A bespectacled man, as you approach. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant.
You realize this is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here? If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped? Good. But have you removed the dead body from the tree? So, the body...
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I was sent here to meet a detective. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possible... Yes. They're not just white wreck. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage. But you mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I can see you drank last night. If you need something for your head...
The best cure for a headache is, of course, morphine. They won't have that. So cigarettes will have to do.
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down. After you, officer.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
You're a handsome man, officer, but dear, you must forgive me. I'm Lena.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my. But I think you already have
a partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree.
It seems to me that you lucked out with your partner. He has the look of an upstanding officer of the... Of course, dear. Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's...
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache. But dear, you must forgive. I'm Lena.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Oh my. You know what? That's right. And where is the whirling in rags? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. Yes, great. See? We're getting somewhere. What else you know about our city of splendor? Tattered as she may be. How would I even begin to tell you? Revachol is the most beautiful city in the world. I haven't seen... Speaking of history, you know what... That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope, sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control. It is quite disappointing, yes, oh dear. But we should stop.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this arc, it has something to do with everything. You were doing quite...
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in his notebook.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, someone more educated in sweeping...
No.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Of course, dear.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistic. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
The worker is in a deep slumber. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This man could probably sleep. The worker is in a deep slump. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from...
By the yelling man. Really? You woke me up for that? Fine. What is it, officer? Thank God, no.
The worker stares at you. His eye.
I don't know what you're talking.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness.
That's the name of my employer.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about this.
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? Good. Then you understand. For one, I can get some goddamn shut-eye. They got it. Measure it. We are the workers. Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. No. Yeah, what about it? You know, people, if someone has decided to die on top of a tree, I can tell you this. You heard what I said?
The lieutenant gives you a little nod, then makes it so union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective. The dock worker doesn't answer. His head is all... The worker isn't... The man with the...
Mr. Gar.
Yes?
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. Right. Now,
No, I only just got here.
do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From...
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to...
But you still know your way around.
Yes, I know where it's...
I didn't imply that. Detective. I have everything. You?
Yes, yes. He means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would? Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there. That's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then, to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little notebook he's been scribbling in.
She went away because none of your business. Oh my God, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? Get over it.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real. Oh, excuse...
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real, is...
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. Let's see. Another thing you've annihilated is half... What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things... Are you serious?
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Yes, it is. No, you see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times. It is.
Isn't it evil? The order of magnitude between what is asked of a person and what they have.
It does, doesn't it?
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kits... That's Cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay.
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away. Officer, you really need to take the...
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere. You don't really know, do you? A vague, blackened image doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money. You can try. Run some addresses in your head when...
The RCM in Martinez. What? Of course. What can I help you with? Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable. Maybe you should drop this line of questioning. She shifts in her seat awkwardly.
Of course. I won't hold you.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a...
Sure. Keep...
Before you stand, vapor eminent. This must be the... In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a metallic drawer.
Take what you need, officer.
He's clearly a the prime useful. The hat is robust. Lets you see things. The pull-out toolbox slides back into it. You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do. Do you want me to brief you? Three days ago, the RCM... During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller, a security guard or worker of some sort, hired by Wild Pines. They didn't identify... There's a strong prejudice against involving the... That's us.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police...
That's right. I'm afraid you don't know. I assumed you were in on it. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good. Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the invest. That's a fair point. Alright, for the good of the... That's because I'm half Seolite. It's a part of the world.
Seo is a protectionist, isolationist,
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I'm good.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The faucet is quite terribly mangled, but you just might be able to twist its parts into place. You handle the chain cutters deftly, applying just enough pressure. Told you that you needed those chain cutters. Everything is the mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough things were good. It was smooth. Forget about ostentation. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. The click is used to spur on. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix. Because, unlike Guillaume, there is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you. Or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar. You have some understanding of the near history of disco. Plus, the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway. It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's been still not. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. You're just like that. It's over. The running gag that your life had become. Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too...
No problem, officer.
The window stands broken. The morning light hurts your eyes.
gander and a hunter and a gander.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the age. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes and mazout. Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole... So tell me, what do you need? It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demand. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like, a
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get us lorry drivers. Camionneurs, not my thing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one. He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All account of...
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice clean... They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty. Sure is, like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of...
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Don't be a stranger. Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Cool, cool. We all want to know...
Just like that, he slips out of... An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer." An old monument stands. What did he do? You have no idea. Old monument stands, even by the standards of the Philippian kings. Old sumptuous Philip, well, he blew through the whole national treasury. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial, stories have it that he had his bedroom converted. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge... But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at not just any nose candy though. We're talking royal Philippian blow. allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays, and purple. Philippian cocaine was purple. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. Beneath the cold waters of the original was blown apart by communards. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. Some years ago, a group of the statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber. Float. People in Martinaise tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his small, wrinkled woman does not the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the set. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your... Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her head, no response, wherever this...
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone. Why? I just told you why.
Scab? A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess scared maybe. But scared of what? Personally, I'd rather beg than scam. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time. I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here, to the wild north? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
He didn't do it. It's the truth.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big...
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the...
body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely the negligence that has led you to succumb to all. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman... Yes, Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pig...
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
Your life and the life of your race revolve around Al-Ghul. It has every...
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. Begging for help. You gave the world eugenics. You dominated. You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. Bring your troops. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul. Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you.
Go ahead. Don't be shy.
Your race descent has only worsened.
Go ahead. Don't...
Your race descent has...
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile race. Those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidental. A receding genetic pool has led them out. You know them by the names of their nations.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotvoldian descent. They do. In some municipalities of Oranje, people do wear shoes made of wood.
The Maun are proof.
Colorful tassels are, let's be honest, not a good sartorial choice for this century. You might want to avoid
the Vespertines and Messini. The other law, overproduction of as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The Areopagite, the latter.
Nature was not capable of more.
Type B A. To an entrée, thickness is a racia. The Koiko. The Revachol.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening. But that seems a little off.
The revolution. Enough of tips. The F are a museum of failed chimeric experiments and tragic. Lesser races like the mosquito is born sterile. Like a then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know the Koiko? This but enough. It is cruel to... You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone... We will see.
Access to the Union is important for our...
Am I mildly worried he might take it seriously? The lieutenant thinks. Yes, I am, he concludes.
You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them. Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine. Their logo is the bloodless rose. Pure.
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope St. Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra tea makes it funkier.
The story goes that normal Fritta with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a...
You mean this? This is Popstars.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you. She pops her raspberry, her shoulders tense. She shuffles back only slightly. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half smile.
Okay. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really. Lol.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything...
Okay. Uh-huh. Reality. You mean
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she answer the...
I don't know. What we're in for it? As mankind, or...
What will her essay prompt be?
In a good place. I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing. I don't know.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still. It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
Our government? Or do you mean something else? Sorry, cool.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors... Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Revachol. It's a...
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't... But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually...
Silence. The air... Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple. You know...
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock work. Apples. Fine.
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest. You were bested.
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the... There are several footprints in the... An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice and orderly, well-laid pallets. An inconspicuous pile, because there's a secret door hidden behind the panel. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then?
Be still, my beating heart. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Of course, detective. Swift justice. Don't worry, we...
Yeah, swift, lightning justice.
See that ladder there?
This trash there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case. The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too. We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Can I help you? Mine?
Thank you for clearing the debt.
Why? To keep the...
I thought as much.
Well, yes.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. You see a set of tire tracks in the brown... The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the Whirling in Rags, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow that makes you feel scared. You don't know why.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time. This trash container is locked. With a well-oiled... Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Among the threadbare has the legs of
the victim's clothes. Cadaver in. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue. The belt is missing.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from...
This is a military-type overgarment.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes.
The lieutenant nods, then looks. You see, you've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. You pick out a broken mug with an oddly racist, only in its social sensibility. It's just nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist paper.
Officer, is that your paperwork? It is. Look, the plastic has the arse. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in it. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case. Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for the trash collection service, CS...
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. Thank you anyway.
Yes? Can I help you? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox. As you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if startled. It's in the large orange.
There's no use pressing the heat button. It won't start without the ignition key.
Translation. We're not going anywhere right now. Alternative translation. Don't even think you can drive my MC. The white suede feels luxurious under the touch, and the metal clutch handle so very familiar in your palm.
This is the Cupris Kinema, my motor carriage. You can use the toolbox.
Motor carriage, motor carriage. Something bad with a motor carriage. A dark lump rises in your throat.
Yes, sorry about that.
He says it with very badly concealed pride. Nothing. It's probably nothing. Forget I brought it up. Please proceed with the carefree look.
The Cupris motorcar does provide most of our...
But this is different. This is a sports model.
You're right. I didn't take you for a motorcar enthusiast. Do you also like Tip Top, Detective? An interstellary racing series. You should definitely give it a go if you like motor carriages. It has fantastic competition.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio mic. The frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled the soft per...
This is precinct...
Hello, Alice.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye.
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Felicio, and you're listening to...
Right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe it picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right?
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, the frequency tab, the soft per...
This is Precinct 57.
Hello, Alice.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57.
Under the green prime line, a yellow saved button catches your eye.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant...
Officer? Yes, hello? Oh, right.
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable. You know whom? Maybe, I don't know. I just know. No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But no one calls. You know, what the Union said.
Legally, no.
Words are not necessary to feel the lieutenant's discontent for the situation.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I didn't want to get in trouble with the others. With the Union. No, sorry. People don't have...
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. Well... You tried to jam it down the toilet, sir. Clogging it complete. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective? I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her.
I'm not mad, it's just... You were so drunk and so emotional. The stuffed bird. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. It was a pretty bird. There since I started working in whirling. I really liked her. Yes, obviously. I've had sailors fighting. Union guys grabbing... Well, you were worse. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. We Go On by the O.O. I to hell with that song. Then there was your room. I tried to say... And then you screamed something about how you're a piece of shit human being and why... And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers. No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened. All sorts of things. From disco. Yes, that's the one you like to sing.
Interesting. You still have to find a copy, though, before you can blast it. You hear a sigh of relief.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Guess. No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop. Wow. Okay. Fuck. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Just a second, officer.
A scrawny old man. The man uses relay code. You got...
10-4, message received. 10-5, relay message. 10-18, state your message, sir. 10-9, over. 10-4, message received.
Is it him? What does he...
Says he lost his badge.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge? Dick fucking Mullen.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick...
Dick Mullen is not your name. It's the name. Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your...
Fuck me! Mac, come here!
What's going on?
Super Cop...
He lost his badge. He He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
He asks you to please stop.
Why? Did he find it?
Sergeant Orson was wondering if you found your badge yet. Over.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
He's not replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that.
New heights even for
Ask him. Sergeant Orson wants...
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? Okay, it's gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? 10-1, your... 10-9, come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message, please. Did you miss... He says he...
Dear God, he lost his...
This isn't real.
Malcolm faced a giant of Coco Nur by himself. Oh, I can't. Fuck. He lost his... Ask him if he still got his...
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is... He acknowledged...
Lay off. Lay off? Tell him we'll lay off when he retrieves the goddamn police property that he has been entrusted with.
Satellite officer... 10-4, affirmative. Officer is in pursuit.
Oh God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over. Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes?
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots, anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These are just dents in the mud. No pattern emerges for the time being. There are several footprints in the mud, left by... What do you think you are? A super detective? There are several footprints in the mud. What do you think you are? A super detective? There are several footprints in the mud, maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work. 2. Standard work. 3. Hobnailed. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. 5. Another standard. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gate is You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 8. And yet another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration.
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A woman? Or a kid? Understood. Anything else? 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
From here, the boot the victim wears.
It's bad. Very bad. Before you can heave, the wind changes direction.
He appears to be wearing some kind of armored boots. I can't see any exotic prints here. Someone had to carry him. Are any of the other prints deep enough? Which ones? I think we have arrived at a conclusion here. Possibly, yes. Interesting. Let's name it the someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner? No, it's not. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent. A week, maybe?
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his...
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the...
200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
Possibly, yes.
The corpse looks at you with bulging. You seem to be holding your breath. The corpse looks... You seem to be... A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle.
Active decay.
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected. More fever than... You feel a great force ringing from your stomach. Your body curls until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach at...
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. If you can handle the headache, some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell, unlike you.
There's the fruit nearby. Maybe they have some in their apothecary. If they don't, there's a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
I can't believe it's not. It felt like springtime just a few days ago. Sure, I'm done with it. Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body pneumonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid foot.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough. Monday, make sure you bring a handkerchief. That's probably a good idea. Clear our head. But before we can, you need to get your shit together. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now. Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Kuno's got the...
If there ever was such a thing as...
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick!
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying...
Fuck that! Kuno, yeah! The rake, he should...
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. Alright, entertain the Kuno. Shitload.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking! He's totally...
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice. Probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road when that... You heard Kuno? I don't know. Mesco...
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds like the name of a city in some part.
Why you gotta be riding? You wanna know where? It's not...
Lay.
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that. Just a couple of pigs.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty Kuno.
Your test.
Get lost.
Kuno's Kuno pig? The fucking.
Watch out, Kuno! He's help! Pig!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's.
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in there in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You.
Kuno's got this.
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid, then this is it.
Oh yeah! Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Kuno's got this.
If there ever.
Oh yeah! Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Can't talk, pig. Shit's coming up strong.
Shit coming up strong. That sounds good. Joyous. You should hang out with this kid and see what that juicy shit is all about. I mean drugs. The kid.
Yeah, Kuno!
Kuno's right.
The rake! He should throw.
The fuck does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? Shitload.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
If I were to want...
Kuno's fucking probably climbed. You heard Kuno. I don't know. Mesco.
There is no Night City anywhere. That sounds...
Kuno gives this info out on a need-to-know basis. And you don't need to know. Just a couple...
Yeah, you tell the faggot.
Your test.
Get lost.
Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's Kuno pig? Yeah, Kuno's in a fucking...
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to help!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Everybody...
Escalate!
Pigs in there in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist didn't meet its target. Instead, it pulled you down with it.
Pig's trying not to cry. Pig!
Fucked your shoulder, fucked your knee, fucked your fat body up!
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's Kuno? Yeah?
Watch out, Kuno! Help!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Everybody...
Escalate!
Pigs in there in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's the fuck...
Watch out, Kuno! Help!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help!
Escalate!
Pigs in there in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down. Your...
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno's Kuno pig? Yeah?
Watch out, Kuno! Help!
Help! He's got the Kuno! Help!
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in there in Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist didn't.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno, pig? The
Watch out, Kuno! Help! Pig!
Help! He's got the... Everybody!
Escalate, Kuno!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
You didn't shut him down. Your fat fist didn't meet its target.
Fuck does Kuno care? The
Watch out! Help!
Help! He's got the... Help!
Escalate!
Pigs in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
Thump. The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles. Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
What?
Officer, this is very far from normal police conduct.
For heaven's sake, he thinks. This has gone too far. Don't make this any worse than it is.
Okay, pig. Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want? Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care? Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it? Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen! Kuno doesn't care about this small-time shit. Just listen. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags. Shit like Kuno's wearing. Your size, good price. Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now you won't
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Pig, these are believe it.
These could drastically improve your chances of survival. Coach Physical Instrument endorses these pants. They are tartan ready. They will also make you into an idiot.
All right, Pico. Shit's rolling.
Don't do business with the pig.
As you can see, Kuno and C don't trust you. Can't do business without trust.
There's more to his distrust than being a pig. He feels threatened by something obscure in you. What that is, however, remains a puzzle for now.
Look at that fucking shit. You're trying to get Kuno. Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno...
The lieutenant takes...
It's a trap, Kuno! Don't climb it, Kuno!
Dunno. Keep that gardener...
Kipped is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie...
Look, Kuno doesn't...
Yeah, her.
The fuck? A mug in the trash? Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's got that fast brain.
I can't hear you, Kuno! Speak louder, Kuno!
Shit, that's tense.
Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh? Mug guy gonna get tied to the radiator. Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did...
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno!
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno's face. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around.
Fuck does Kuno care?
He's on your crime scene.
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S. Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But what?
Fuck you whispering about!
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell you? Kuno told you. Kuno... Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
Yeah, she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right, C's a killer. Like, actually a killer. Fucking yeah. Kuno knows you don't want to face this right now. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has. Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
fuck knows? She says it's the crazy people. The fucking
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really. You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
Suruese? Like that man from Shelmdall shit?
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community. Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal. Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know. Fuck no, she's not me sister. She's just a stray who got in. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark. Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for, I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of... Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno. How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need... Kuno's got this shit under control. Listen, listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her, you threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand? All right, now we can do business. Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up.
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. See? It's tension and release with Kuno. Now we releasing. Kuno flexes for hobos. Kuno sees you're in need. Kuno doesn't fuck.
Volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. Ha ha ha! Again, the corpse laughs at you, pus dripping from its mouth. Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
I'm at a loss as well. I could swear your shit was together.
Sometimes even that is not enough.
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. The bloated corpse isn't going anywhere. There he still is, looking right. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty.
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but the material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stand, delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Thick ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide under the heel. Fair weather model, piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form.
It is. We've requested for a full set.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on... I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso... The man before you is... The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight. This is as... Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks vermilion in yellow letters along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep long...
Extremely. Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing struggle. Yes, it often is. This bed worries me. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strand. A noose is one of those things. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you?
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in... The man before you is naked, but for a pair, an intricate web of blue lines. His corpse is marked by alcohol and heartbreak.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of real... I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls...
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. Here, a souvenir. Don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. His mouth, his eye, dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode. The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench. Eyes like...
I'm gone. Into the what? In the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about Joe, a killer. Go ahead. What do you mean? It's the power of you mad. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. Because you're a copperoony. Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You can be anything you want, brother Coppo. Because you have. Do I remind?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure wriggled out of that one? Come back later, cop.
As you narrow your eyes, only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hand.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins.
So, what do you think? I do. Most of the...
Stop talking in riddles, coin sloth.
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
A pool of blood and feces.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I agree.
His personality is
totally dead. Absolutely. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his head. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death.
But there is no breath to catch, only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates. The man before you is naked.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss...
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt.
Of course. You have quit. Come back later, Corpo.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Yeah! Bang bang time!
How? Yes, the buckle, where it ties the cargo belt to the tree. If the shot...
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said. Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 armistice, mass-produced. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's position, taking...
He's gonna fuck...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off.
God damn it.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
The man before you is naked.
Yes, we do. It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead.
This is the sorriest.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana poika. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
The cold piece of bakelite.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
The buckle comes into
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Ace is high.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the aero. The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary.
I knew these guys were
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before, it looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. In the meantime, we should try to interview Everard Clare, the leader of the union. Harbor property was clearly used in the hanging. The harbor just east of here. Getting in might prove a challenge, though. Or we could ask around for the representative of the logistics company. My initial information says the Wild Pines have sent...
You could ask the gardener for directions.
Yes. And those were the interviewees.
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In third... The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death.
Fine. It's a 3-part form to be filled out on the scene by the detectives responsible. One takes note, the other dictates.
It's the legend found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urine. There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? It's a metaphor. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it. An aluminium block runs the width of the surface is interrupted by a silvery...
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding... It depends. Aside from an...
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right... All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, an aluminium block runs the width of a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it. Something rattles in. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli. With your hands, you 4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. In the back, you see thin, translucent, then rip them from the binder. And 3. The topmost are misconduct. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police. A monetary penalization ranging from 20. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date, a dozen pages of thin copy paper. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. They're not exactly. Once in a while, work it's the middle of March. You have...
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That's okay. We all do.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is, yes, a title, one might say even. Yes, others appear more light-hearted. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, it's a holdover from the early days of the RC. Again, in your defense, I seem to have... I pray his loved ones never find... Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely 1 more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand. Inspect the victim, get the body, interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would... A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. Your things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the...
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them so much as... It's the ledger you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board. It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage? Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the mark. Why, yes, every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. I got nothing here either. Yeah, we're staying out of this business for now. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. This one is, the mural is in true life. People call the graffito crew is easy to track down. The case files do not show you finding. The crew agrees to clean up the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message. All of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done? AKA, you were so drunk. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It's the only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals, and for Burke, you would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? Threatening. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several on... Good. You're learning. He must... He can't get out, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. It would be very... That's all you got. Who knows? Don't worry. One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and, yes, as you said here, they were leaving it out in cigarette butts, coffee cups. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. Murder. Tum-tum-tum. Beaten to death, Joseph Mills didn't get off the pot. No. He was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere. And you look into... No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man, no one... Mills has no... See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does... Yeah, he liked his hookah. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Lonesome, long way home. Here we... It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Not much has changed. Arson, petty theft. You don't exactly close them so much as this. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resist, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other. The words just crossed your mind somehow. You see 2 ticket stubs and a handmade card. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see familiar handwriting. A young woman in her 20s. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. Frisson covers your entire body, a feeling of cold, a persistent chill. Your hands. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. You jam the compartment shut. It's hard to breathe. The air in your lungs feels sour somehow. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips.
Yes? What do you want to know? What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
The silence carries.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it. Yes?
Because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem right.
Yes?
Because you're the best qualified. No.
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
I've considered it. I don't think I can say one way or another. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started work, so no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
The rotting man lies. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Shoot, loony. Come back.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity. I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? That's right.
The dead man stares in silence. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with,
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there. The next box says,
KK57-0803. Dot. Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
the corpse looks ageless, like meat on a hook.
Mondial.
The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything other.
Fucky, fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51. What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the
KK 57 0503 0815. Listens.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem. They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dog walkers.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse elsewhere yet, an obese, and so, all across Jamrock.
We should start the post-mortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think.
See, it's
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman, well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters, generally consistent with age, about 50. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested.
fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. The steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the bell so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the bell to see the ligature mark below.
See, my pig is gonna.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edge. The knot is the weak spot. The chain cutters fit in there, steady now, like a flower arranger. 2 cuts and it should come loose. After some deliberation, you sink the cutters into the knot tying the belt together. You squeeze the rubber handles together. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like...
The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced. Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia...
No! Let's get out!
I fucking knew!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip.
Bullets have bitten little pieces out of him. It must have been excruciating, especially the hip. Before you is a temple of pain that knew little tenderness in life.
In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin. Last item, hands. Hands are clean, no sign of a recent struggle. Ooh, that's all for the external. Well done. What next?
The rotting man lies. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage.
Yeah, jack that!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. And respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Mouth swollen, hemorrhaging, hepatobiliary, NA. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and gastrointestinal. Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Head, chest, and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by... And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury.
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Right. Next. Nothing, just in case. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side, the ring around his neck.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned, but it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say that's the goal of an autopsy. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail.
Oh yeah, well done, Master Detective. Maybe a drink is in order?
I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
You tilt your head, also looking at the corpse.
Okay. I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I can take care of the rest. It's too late to take him into processing today. I'll take him first thing tomorrow. Yes?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The Raspberry gauge jumps, and the lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in...
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a...
There she is. Rêve à l'ouest.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the board. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 100. The last row has 3 per... That's it. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanamas.
Let me see. Right here. It has its problems. Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look. The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? Fair point. Let's move. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in... There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective, or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Yes.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago.
This Post Lavatorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection. The box seems happy. Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also. The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories and a postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can board games are like little games on a table. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Okay, sir. I'll try to. My name is Annette, sir. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that. And the
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
It's exciting to people. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head? Yeah.
No, your resilience.
That's a bit childish. Say what, sir? You don't have to be, sir. He's just a fictional character. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books. The lights are so pretty when it gets...
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden.
What do you mean, sir?
She looks around anxiously. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Because you usually aren't. I'm sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation
It's the type of... Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady, but it happens. But usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be... Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad... Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if... That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. Sometimes they break up for a little while, but then they always get back together. Maybe some about other books? Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here?
You have absolutely no idea. Familiar? How?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
You have absolutely no idea.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
You have absolutely no...
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you...
You have absolutely no idea.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologising to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong. Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you. Yeah, I can see. You don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on.
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It's so...
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too. Fuck yeah. You should get some party eyes right now. Snap those sequins on you, boy. Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
I'm glad I could help you, sir. Oh, kings and... I think that's why people...
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for something?
Oh man, that's great. God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept, for the windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are
racist nationalist paraphernalia, not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is, drapes it all over.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on.
Life doesn't need... I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to Angry Hog René.
Yes?
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please.
I'm trying to.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your sister's breast. You threw your...
Mon Dieu! Good job!
There are no two more harmful words an athlete can...
Have you no shame?
René,
I'm trying.
These manly men are playing... No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. This felt... The worker isn't. A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the phone. It's a dock worker's ID, doubling. You fumble with the spring-loaded gate of the carabiner, but to no avail. The dangling items refuse to... like fucking sleigh bells. What are you doing?
Stop finger-fucking him, officer! I'm responsible for these oafs and their stuff. Even Sleepy there.
isn't a colourful piece of plastic. It's a dock worker's ID. Your fingers find their way into the shackle. Flicking open its spring load, the man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it. No, he's looking the other way. Perhaps purposefully. You find a black paper note with a woman's profile on it. Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. Yum yum. Money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop. The sleeping dock worker has little to say about your action. A thin man is, as you step in, it must be his name. Garancy. Garancy Quebec. The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand, he smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots. The man ponders his cooking utensil. He smiles and you see, you immediately feel drawn to the color.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes, I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough. As a side investigation. Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been... Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with... Yes?
The window stands broke. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore.
Kuno care? Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. That fucking had... Do you remember how he looked? Kuno doesn't...
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
Get the fuck out of here trying to fuck on me with that midget shit. Kuno, what are you? Fucking 80?
Trying to fuck on Kuno. Fuck out of here.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give the fuck about it. Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. That fucking... Do you remember how Kuno...
Oh, come on. He's...
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was Kuno kicked that shit in the sea. Rugby style. Yeah? That shit. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck... Yeah, cocking boot. You know that jolly... So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking...
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
Fuck are you talking about?
He says you're...
Oh, the Kuno...
You hear the lieutenant hum.
You're testing...
Get lost,
Kuno doesn't...
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to town. I'm going away from...
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody. I'm not hip.
You can still see the top of her hat.
Hello again, officer. How are things?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. Without resistance or sound, the thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral pattern, familiar handwriting lines the inside of a young woman in her twin. Harry, throw it away, please. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every step I take, it grows. But you, kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, no, hold on. To what? There's...
Detective, is everything all right?
There is nothing, again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just black. Well, almost nothing. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwelcome here in the paleo-mammalia, because it's always there.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses. You think they would let you. Until you disintegrate into biomolecules.
Yes.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is...
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you 10 minutes, maybe. That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
We have a right to work! Hold up and...
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the...
Right!
Maybe you should ask them the questions. Like, we have family.
So do we, Scott.
Not before you get in there and get your ass whooped. Learn by failure, I always say.
He might have some advice, but you got to at least try to fight Measurehead first. Return if you fail.
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working. If the bastards had main gates locked, would take heavy ordnance. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure they've done plenty.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now. If you...
No! They will give up eventually. Or have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. What? I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor...
Right to work!
It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this, just pity.
Let us...
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
The man looks at the colorful piece of plastic.
But that's not you, officer. From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago Jean? Yes, and you also told me you're a cop. But now that this is... Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? The little boy had it good to get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me, pardon the choice of word.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, the cops in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some... I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
I agree, officer. Let's focus on the hanging.
Nice. From what I learned, it was a very heavy, boring set of armor. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
Fuck does Kuno care? So? Yeah, so? Kuno did...
Kuno sent your fat ass...
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. Of course you're gonna remember after this shit.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't fucking...
see a heavy steel. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The old cobalt paint, rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years, the door does not budge. The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is closed.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and... Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking.
Yes?
Hello again, sweetie.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Espo.
The streets will not flow red within.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I... And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beaut. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right... Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti? We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just Union. This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime. Yeah?
Let's be realistic. What are you going to do? Climb up?
You heard your partner, pig.
I don't condone the idea of using physical force on her. She's a... The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentric hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the woman on the boat doesn't...
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative. You should take the lead. Ask her.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. I ain't no snitch, pigsty.
Actually, There is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life. Watch your back.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If
I was dispatched to handle a strike.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague...
How interesting. I wish you... what we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. The Pines' core competency is legit, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with... I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell...
$1 billion?
Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem a conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a They started. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be...
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is...
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Let's say I was not made...
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here.
This isn't the first time.
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Mr. Clare told him to... fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What? Every worker, a member of the board.
She nods.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing, of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is... Yes, Edgar looks it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, the Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal, organized...
A mob. The Débardeurs are...
Refreshingly honest. And your opinion, detective? If I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Of course, officer. The scabs? You mean the huddled mass if they were organized by...
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. Indeed. The company suspects foul play. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? This reality. Of course, the situation is precarious. Of course, Detective. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the fourth day to the bat's day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Is what you want to say. But look at that lady. Take a gander. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat. Almost wild, dull orange Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Yes. You're too ashamed to ask this person.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Voila, you're doing it. Really put your back into it. Yell it from the top of your lungs.
Ah, yes, of course. I'm sad to hear...
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be. as long as they are properly logged with a
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment.
How curious. Why is that, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. Some kind of I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you get.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. I mean, favors for favors. A dirty alliance of...
Of course. But before we do, officers, the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us.
Trying to sneak up on me? Pig's come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out? Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. Trying to sneak up on me?
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. I'll also take a room at the Whirling. One cannot get much closer to the...
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well? Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Yes?
The door is closed. Still no answer. This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little...
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too, but I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will, and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite...
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day. Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easy. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can. But we have some leads. Then you shot the body down, which was quite the shot. I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. I still feel like we missed something, but it's up to the boys in processing now. We did perform a thorough... Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean. Not always the right people, I'm afraid. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those... Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Thank you for the compliment. We could manage it even in wooden clogs. There are uncanny running reservoirs in this body. God...
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couronne and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's part of the coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline.
Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age?
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And do you? No, we are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez, most of them at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
The window stands broken. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's different. The fan stands still. The lights are on. The lights are off again. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her... Do you remember the warmth of her thighs? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there, one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching her go. Let it all... Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything, the pale and the islas, on the surface, the outer magnet. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed. You're not coming back from shit. thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of... Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head, like time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to... It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired. Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The morning light hurts your eyes. The door is closed.
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep. I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to.
The lieutenant is downplaying his contribution. He got up before sunrise to get this done, and now he's quite pleased with himself for taking...
The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them. Everything points to the dock workers' union. The belt used for hanging, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be, ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by men who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for said... I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder is... In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them. Continue.
Good. A power move. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. But aren't you curious?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes?
The man ponders he looks up at you. Then, shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Yes?
Over here. Let me handle this.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
Not a muscle moves in her face.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview... That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong-arming. Nothing...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. Obviously, I'm a lawyer. A legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say. Aggressive. You make your living enforcing violence. These people...
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects.
Listen, you Moralington lackeys. You're a mob.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this is about...
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like...
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's...
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian in his late 30s, early 40s. A symmetric burn on his neck, resembling the letters loss loss. Has he tried to... And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage on his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a in the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He, in conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy. Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy, it's a she, and you don't like...
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you...
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
The pretty boy. You guys...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more...
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest... Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
do you fucking think does?
Titus, no one was thinking
that there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No, no, no! Fuck no! The big dick is right here!
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all.
How many people have you sent to the Chaise?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end.
known him? We don't associate. Yeah!
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Oh, this...
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw, starting from the sitting across. A symmetric burn on his neck, resembling, and then standard working boot. The emblem on his vest in the far corner. Standard working boot. On his neck. Forget it. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41. With the light in the middle. Heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs. Exactly. You've...
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about? Or what? You want...
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could make...
She?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn!
So let me get this straight. There is an Ace Hardy boy.
That's right. We're not talking. You're not cops here. Don't...
Good. We are all watching each other.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this...
The pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair.
Yeah.
We did this to get goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened?
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti...
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest A. Do you think you could do that? Do you think...
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boy.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No. You did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But
how many people have you sent to the Shade?
Chaise électrique.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy.
You don't have to keep...
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
Known him?
Yeah!
Quiet. He came around to...
By the Pines Cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interest in things to...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got...
Didn't they teach you anything?
The autopsy did not reveal anything too conflicting this far. You just have to wing it.
Titus, you don't...
We overpowered him. Dragged his unconscious body to the tree.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up. Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think?
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place. Got what was coming to him.
Like what, Copper? Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm R&E's goddamn special
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some...
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of...
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a...
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't...
Yeah, he said it was his favorite...
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle, doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around.
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge.
And there's no public.
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for...
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Oh, please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a howl, but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men.
Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... if you...
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel. Oh, dear. I'm not sure where... Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger...
The lieutenant pulls out his...
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reed. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary via... We hit it off and...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful. Oh, yes.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to lead...
That's one opinion.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Oh, sweetie.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Of course, dear.
Sometimes the most charming thing you can do is be reasonable.
I suppose you could use a break.
One cryptid, like you said. One. This can't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. We have things to do.
He nods and assumes a way. Cryptids, cryptids. Let's hear about all the Ooh, tough choice there.
The gnome of Jeroma. Oh, it is. It was reportedly a couple of hits still.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science?
Alas, instead.
Alas. Always, alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient? Sure, a perfectly good explanation. It dissolved in its own venom. The window stands broken in its...
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing, I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to.
The lieutenant is downplaying his contribution. He got up.
The Union muscle finally turned up. Everything point, which may, of course. I mean, and men who drink beer for breakfast? I completely forgot. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. That would just escalate. In fact, even the death of two. One more thing before.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, street, but aren't you?
They're in no hurry.
Over here. Over here. Let me handle it.
You seem a little different today.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. That's right. I'm not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Not a muscle moves.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder. That's Titus.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our...
She says nothing.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you... What you want is of no significance, officer. Aggressive, you make your living enforcing violence.
So you were spying on us.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a...
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober, do your job, ask your questions, and get the hell out of Martinez.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Wow. The RCM sent us some
Real big dick cops.
Yeah, look at the...
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave...
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your...
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw, starting, sitting, across, a cement, and then the emblem on his vest in the far corner, on his neck. Let's call this size 4 in the middle. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime. Exactly.
The fuck is with you, fella? So, you're not just here to swing your...
They love him, boss. Spend all day digging around...
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Like we use in the... Because we took it from the harbor where we were. We did this. Together. All of us. Goddamn...
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what...
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest.
How many people have you sent?
Shares elect...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the...
Rest assured, lawman. None were...
Are you deaf? Do you think you could do...
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right,
I think you got...
No. You did not get an answer. Titus does administer... You don't...
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
Known him? Yeah!
Quiet.
By the Pines Cow, you mean Joyce?
No. Why don't you...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
Why? 'Cause he... And...
What kind of mercy?
The kind that...
A live grenade.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that.
'Cause one night...
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't believe...
Wrong.
From Ray. He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all.
Yeah. He said...
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. Show me your cunt. Why don't you show me your cunt? Then...
Aren't you fucking...
Yeah. Me...
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is...
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hang...
Didn't they take...
The autopsy did not reveal anything too conflicting this far. You just have...
Titus.
We overpowered him.
Then we left him for...
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up. Actually, they're admirably... Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
With
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Like what, Copper?
Nothing. You're investigating...
I think we're going to... I've done this job for long enough.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get him.
Over here. Let me hand...
You seem a little...
You are far from home. That's right. I'm not a gardener.
Not?
You are looking... That's...
It doesn't matter.
She says nothing.
What you want is of... Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Aggressive? Listen.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job.
This is where you say your bit.
Detective.
Wow. Real big.
Yeah.
Must be some.
Yeah. Gave.
Yeah.
You might want to...
Do a head count first. Connect these. Start sitting across a cement and then the M in the far corner on his. Let's call this one size in the. In conclusion, exact.
The fuck is with you, fella? What are you talking about, madman? Or what?
Actually, boy.
She?
Shut the fuck up!
So let me get...
That's right. You're not caught.
Good. We are...
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this eighth heart.
So...
They love it!
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
You mean these boots? We all got a pair. Yeah. God damn.
No. These...
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
How many people?
Shares?
Or send them to reunion to rot.
Rest assured, lawman.
Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide what you...
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to...
I know, Lizzie. Relax.
No. Yeah!
Quiet.
By the...
No. Why don't you...
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus.
Why? I ain't...
What kind of murder?
The kind that shows...
A live grenade.
I can't prove it.
'Cause one night...
Really?
Yeah.
We couldn't...
Wrong.
From rape. He regrets mentioning it.
To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabs...
Yeah. Show me your con. What?
Aren't you...
Yeah.
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation.
No.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
We hang...
Didn't they...
The autopsy did not reveal anything.
Titus.
We overpowered.
Then we left it.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up. Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But... Alain, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man. The least antsy of this little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there. A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
No. Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how...
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, copper.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar.
With numbers.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Like what, copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting.
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make...
Nothing.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. I've done this job for long enough to know that...
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a... Again. Just get the dead guys up.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking...
The man pondered. He looks up. Shrugging is an international... Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here. Looks like someone left his tarpaulin.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane. Then he turns back to the sad piece of fabric flapping in the wind.
I was under the impression we are on our way to meet the king of this castle under siege. Or it could be that we are just exploring. The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here. You could have died there. Shit, 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 shit.
Hey, hey! What happened? I understand. We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. Nope, no. A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. Nope, no. That's still too high. A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own. As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's...
Hell yeah!
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor. All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here. This is the... Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself.
If you must. But please...
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and there's sparse content.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. Stale air floods through your nostrils. Not a single mote of dust floats. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and...
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. Oh boy, where to start? Maybe this was a... You stand and exit the booth. On second glance,
it's unfortunate for the...
Let's see what's inside. The drawer opens smooth. Hundreds of and the same materials being handed over. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, hundreds of and the same materials being handed. You already went through the drawer. Slide. The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry. Hermeneutics was almost within your... The file cabinet stands steady as ever. Look how blurry all the... The file cabinet stands steady as... Whatever's hidden here is hidden. It appears to be a to-do list. Remember, Leo, all items on the list have been crossed out, and the...
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
The special borscht. What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood? Remember, Leo, all items on the list. The drawer slides. The lyrics to this, the accent.
Container, container, used to ever day. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Just some of the other guys don't. Oh, yes. Or people say us Ubies are up to.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Everything is so pretty and red. You and Leo look like brothers. The old man whistles and hums.
Contain.
The lyrics to this, the accent is.
Contain ever. I see you are not a union man, mister. I mean, just some of the other guys don't. Bye-bye now. Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did, yeah. No trouble at all, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them.
Everything is so...
Oh, hey, mister. No trouble at all, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for...
The containers in the yard are green in wild pine. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, we're on a strike.
So no one is...
Not Everett, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed... Him and his boys stirred up something in town. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hard ease.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow. Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words. Now he's talking about some drunks.
Yes, I'm like Miss... Actually...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork.
Well, sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for. Oh, you want guys like Mr. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Oh, yes. I leave... Oh, yes. I've been taking special... It's very, very good.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a bush that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You...
He didn't actually understand what you meant. And now he's just nodding along.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing. Oh, yes. People say us Ubi...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Before you, with great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. I'm Everard. I'd offer you my hand.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair on the...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't... Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. So tell...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
Oh, by the way, I heard this should take care of that nonsense.
Before you, with great effort, he
Welcome, Mr. Dubois. I'd offer you my hand.
He looks extreme.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he had, forget about that.
Please, Mr. Dubois.
It's nothing. He's trying to throw you off your game with...
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man. So tell me.
The chair you're sitting...
Oh, by the way, it should be sufficient to cover your...
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts there. Now...
His slug-like lips move, but the world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its...
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a load...
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun.
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What?
Mr. Dubois. Mr. Dubois. Harry. Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some...
Quick, here's your window. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk...
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. Oh, you're being too modest, my friend. But don't worry, this annoys...
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out.
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the... Perhaps this was just bad...
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... Things do always turn real wacky when you and I... Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even... Yes, your lost gun. Your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities.
That's what the hanged corpse called you. Harry.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic...
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could...
Words flow like a river of honey from his... I guess word has already reached him.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now. Ah, this?
This translates into, haha, you guys are so corrupt.
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM file.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely...
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martin.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very...
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not so... We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry! I have little people in my organization. Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. Vanished? Harry, the woman left... Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back...
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew, or a hairdryer, or an iron. The point is, her heart wasn't in it. Mine, if she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiation...
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Of course, Harry. I have no interest in what she is doing. Tell her about all...
It is rather interesting to tell people things about each other, isn't it? It was nice telling him about her right now.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here. You're one of us now.
Rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marsh. On. Arrête. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest the rusty control.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too, probably.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers resort to such a thing? Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting to undermine our honorable... I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organizations like our union have all sorts of men.
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search.
Snow covers the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. The white colors do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something. This is a Caprice Canema, with its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine. Even at a standstill, the unibody, someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
7.2. Supercharged. Yes. And
it's nice and all, but why so modest? Helium headlights would improve the range. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely.
And means no.
You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the... When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible...
What a binoclard.
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me. You inevitably pick up some knowledge on the way.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and... The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging the mention of mañana gets his attention. He smiles and delivers a whole slew of unfamiliar words, and the man says a couple of sentences in that strange language. I'm pretty sure he asked you a question. He doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
horse need more vodka?
Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good...
Of course, vodka. Now that makes a very, turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. The cook gives you a long, disappointed look, then turns the stove off and seems to wait for you to speak.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
What in the name of...
But I don't want to give you my gun.
The fuck is happening, Titus?
Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
Police job? Be careful, it's loaded.
Good. Now put it in your mouth. I want to point it at them. Everyone knows how to do that.
What are you doing?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? You're back. Good. You have.
Finally, time to choose sides.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in corruption? That's how he's done it.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt... How could I stop you? Are we not human?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to tell her she'll like you for it.
Did you now? What sort of borscht is he making? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you mean put more alcohol in it? Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret that as you turning the alcohol in the strike brew down. For the sake of our professional relationship. And because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else? Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and he's able to contain the anger and surprise. When I said, be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people...
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? You're back. Good. You have.
Finally, time to choose sides.
Oh, come on. Corruption.
The position of...
Of course. How could I stop?
Intellectually speaking, it would tell her she'll like you for it.
Did you now? The strike brew. That's a classic. And by turn up the heat, I presume you... Beyond curious. I will choose to interpret, and because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. Of course, detective. Until then, is there anything I can help you with? This reality. Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute...
Don't be fake, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs...
We may be here a while then. Ask...
Alright, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the revolution. It has its charms, just not this time. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once. This place used to be a province. A workers' resort. It's not really a sea. It's the Bay of Revachol. Yes. We're on an...
Known to the early Revacholians as les immenses, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble.
It is clear this pebble is meant to humanity at large.
Revachol? The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory. Beyond page.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Seminine and in the DeLorean, they say it, by that I mean, we are standing on a I think it's fair to say, 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is...
Silence. The water. The light. There is no recognition. only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no true...
This is one thought you...
Was there something else you...
This has been informative. Thank you, Matt. Might I suggest not...
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term. You're back. Good. What? You have?
Finally.
Oh, come on. Corruption. As
the position of...
Of course. How could I...
Intellectually speak, tell her. She'll like you for it.
Did you now? What, the strike brew? That's beyond curious. I will choose to and because I don't like the idea of them any more drunk than they already are. What else? Of course, until then, is there anything I can help you with? I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol. Of course, the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us. This reality. Ah.
Don't be fake.
We may be here.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez. Babe, Martinez is a district of... You would be excused for not... I'm not a good at... This place used to be a province. It's not really a sea. Yes.
Known to the earth, vast, lukewarm.
Caillou.
It is clear, and to humanity at large.
Revachol, the great...
As if it's so...
History detective. The nations of the Ox in the DeLorean century. They say it, by that I mean conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. I think it's fair to say so. 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom.
Silence. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to...
This is one thought you...
Was there something else you wanted to know?
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. Might I suggest not asking them all?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service. Glad to have been of assistance.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's...
There must be another way into the building.
young man on a balcony, nursing.
Not looking for any trouble, officer. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinet's standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question.
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend? How? Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby. He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring windows, you can see faint reflections of his silhouette, all from different angles.
My name? My name is...
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Ask him again.
And I really need to finish this cigarette. No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
This isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on. What's that? For a split second, his hand lingered. It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. There's a key beneath it, rusty.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. We'll just have to go in and see.
A shift in temperature. The air chills around you. Dust settles on the stony floor. A former architect stands before a slice of window, a room plan in her hand. A cold wave has made the air in the building stand still and frozen. With temperatures, it's clean and empty. With new tapestry embellishing the wall, she had an eye for beauty. Is red from the cold. She's breathing on her fingers, clasping the plan. Traces of sadness are visible. Faint pencil lines on paper depict the same place, but a missing eastern wall connects the room with the neighboring apartment.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Now, what do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone take...
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually up.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the...
Ask away, policeman. The hell am I supposed to know? People come and go.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls fast. She leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can.
She mumbles some kind of a...
I'm no one. If you can call it living. I have a little room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the cold room door, outside. Splashes of... She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences... That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers.
I'll keep my armistice handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun. The star and antlers, even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains to symbolize the toppling of the old. Also, some social democrats, the wreath of antlers represent because white is the color of peace. Nothing at all yet. Right now. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's just so many walls all over Martinez, weather-worn, cracked. They're paint. You hear someone walk. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where the cleaning...
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is... We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone for... This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 20. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in '49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Evrard's Claire's doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
This coin-operated, your money disappears into the coin slot. The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out. Really?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks a thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word, oh, that's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the star of the church looks old and weather-worn. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea.
Hello? Me? No.
She doesn't really want to be. Is she such a working-class woman? Why?
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing. Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers. Her hands move.
My husband? No, I don't know. At home now?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really know. Of course he's not. It's not like he's a pocket watch. I wouldn't just lose him.
The woman before you, not.
Yes?
The man ponders his cooking. You see a heavy The tear machine stands and your bottles clunk into the machine and the money appears with a satisfaction. An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games. Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You ring the doorbell, but what an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static, but no one. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell, you hear static from the intercom speaker. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look.
It's you. My God.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart. She must be mistaking you for someone else. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here,
A spot of static overrides her words.
it's so nice. It's so nice to be able to find...
She sounds like the cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away, somewhere inside the building. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and wave. Another seagull passes by.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. Silence. No one's home. Silence. No one. Nothing happens after you ring the silence. No one answers your call. An old call box with whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger. All right. Maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting. A strange metallic taste fills your mouth. There's the static again, whispering like a...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
It's you. My God.
Wait. Is she...
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months.
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but your hands are getting cold and your breathing becomes visible, forming small silvery puffs.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been as if my mind's been wiped.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry, and still doesn't succeed completely. Her quiet sobs sound old and distant, as if her voice is being played off a whack. Her sound melts into the static from a long distance. This is where you hung up the call the last time, but the recording is still going. The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair. No one replies, but her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain.
So... It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here? We have other mysteries to solve. Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together...
That is true.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need the law.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
For God's sake, stop shouting! Stop breaking things in my establishment! Stop provoking! They're not going to give you anything, can't you see? I can't have a police interrogation in here. People are trying to eat. Of course it concerns me if you make this kind of...
Easy, babes. What is this? I can't have a slap fight in my bar. It's embarrassing.
We are deep. deep in forest territory. We need to cool off and re-engage.
Everyone can see you picked some wrong options. Next time you have to come up with better things to say.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through you. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler. To make the gun thing.
Why?
This is not what he thinks it is. I'm afraid it's not what you think it is either.
What in the name?
I don't want to give...
The fuck is happening? Easy, Shanks. I want to see where this is going.
And what is that? Please just be careful. It's loaded.
Good. Now put it in your mouth. I want to point it at them. Everyone knows how to do that. You're a special man. You're going... The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest more old bullet holes. Half a century at least, from the revolution. You peer into the faded marks in the stone. Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking at? Remnants from the revolution. These are over half a century old. Perhaps a crime of a sort ages ago, but no, not much. I don't have...
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Have you no shame? René, you are... I'm trying...
These manly men are playing ball. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. God, this is right. You feel the familiar tremble of excitement and adrenaline. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight. The nervous system calibrating. Until you and the ball have... A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there. An embodiment of pure... Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two... Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
It wasn't merde. The shot was at least 23 meters.
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. Well, it damn well isn't. It's pétanque. You... Have you no René, I'm trying...
These manly men are playing balls. This is a... No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
See? Your munching and complaining have ruined my...
Could the objective of the game be to throw the metal ball so it lands by the...
Ah, mon Dieu. The pain in my back is... I hope you pass out from it.
Trying to throw something as close to a predetermined point as possible. Shush. Ignore them. They don't know what they're doing. They're old. You are letting down... Doesn't matter what team. Pick a team. Any team. The blue team. You're letting them down. Eyes on the ball, Dinky Winky.
Sure, officer. I am René Arnaud. And my specially abled partner here is Gus. Unfortunately, I don't. In Martinez. Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, if I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. No. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose... Sadly, no. Should have fought...
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up. Yes. The mountainous was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta. This here is blood
ground. You got old René going there. Like...
Damn right, son. The rest of...
Well...
You don't even...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the... I would. Instead, this is just what the commies wanted. This was the plan all along. This is what they... It doesn't. That was 100 years ago. And this was René's... It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rude...
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous... You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look...
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become. You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. This is a traditional Seminese ward. Meant inhabitants of... Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and bio...
Welcome to Crime Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science. Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. God! I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. She can, if she has enough willpower. This...
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff and severe.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologise. She must be there. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress. Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would...
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Exactly. Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call silent.
The woman looks aloof. Her features...
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very...
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does. Yes, I bet it looks good on you. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum knows.
The tear machines. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Did you already try the gun thing? You're probably right. The others are only there for filler. To make the gun thing pop.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn all the while talk?
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
Of course you have. You've been calling people Kip, left.
Callie said they've been trying to set up a race rally, whatever the fuck that means. Trying to get the Kips out of Revershaw before the economy. Sure there is. Callie said the bulk purchase.
Get the fuck out of here, you
What happened? We got absolutely wiped. Let's go before it gets worse.
What's going on? Are you racist now? Is the rally real? Please don't set up any rally. Starting, sitting across. He spent, and then the emblem in the far corner. Size in conclusion. The exact.
The fuck is with you, fella?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
I'm okay, man. Just...
Maybe the full-on director.
What do you see?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of... There are clothes inside, cheap second-hand.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good.
Save the economy. That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy very cool.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make you... The box smells like cat piss or like a...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you. Possibly because of the awful typeface.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
These once respectable speakers have been conquered. Reduced, a small heat emboss on the veneer reads.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are these, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat. A pair of found ultra...
Those sneakers...
Only? That's madness.
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale. Well, if you want... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, if, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the...
Damn. So you have to buy the sneakers first. A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires. This panel usually closes the water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's... You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal. Isn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out. His posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful...
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock.
From the corner of your...
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer? I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign.
The words, dead.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins. It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk rot. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the water lock with debris still. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes? Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the water lock at work. Sure thing.
It is salty. It is savory. It is chewy. The hang...
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM. What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me
entertained. He might be high. If he is, on what? Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you...
Mr. Dubois, every worker... And for his fellow man. That's right, Mr. Dubois. You're turning out to be quite the individualist there. A fantastic change of heart, Harry. Go to... Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss? See you soon, Debarge.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Oh yeah, like a horse. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it. A little. You make it ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an... Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically... The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think hustler. Think with your head. Because of the taxes. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state? That is Revachol. Every time you wipe your ass, they got 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green.
That's probably the door Efrat mentioned. We still need to get the key from this Mañana first, though.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Oh, so the none of the above type, are you? What you're looking for?
Okay, but where did you...
The janitor gave it to me. Nice. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am,
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're... Who? He? Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. They're sort of like...
Is he actually comparing you? And come on, he's just trying to keep the peace. The man whispers a jaunty tune, a coastal breeze.
We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor work.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people or deporting them to a labor camp in South.
Sure thing.
This was great. You've... This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the
I guess no one is in. Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
The lieutenant merely nods. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of... Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. As you hold the open door, you can feel... A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure.
Mr. Dubois, every worker for himself, right? What can I do for you today? I'm very glad to hear that, Harry. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? You're right, Harry. You only had to unlock the door, which you did. So we're all good. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. Real police work is gonna start happening now. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group.
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? Can you imagine that? Workers standing...
He performs a motion as if spraying bullets from a machine gun.
I'm talking beasts. Hard and kill. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do is kill the village. Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually... But enough about me and my fun container. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them. One of them got downright suicidal. Getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy.
By negotiator, you mean Joyce?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, we push to kill. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people whose duties they...
That sounds a bit like organized.
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make...
Again, that sounds...
So these idealists...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, "Boss," he probably worded it differently, but that was the idea.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Oh, they are simply fine young men. Old Theo used to...
Interesting.
They're almost all of them great guys. Born... Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. How do I know? Let me tell you about these people. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on... These guys turn up and...
So you believe the scabs were organized by...
You said it.
That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gate is colossal.
But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend Harry.
You can now go and tell Titus about this. See...
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good talk? I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also want... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left. I want...
A man of the left? So you have to be... He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it to my accountant in Le
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily.
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can, deliberately omitting things.
I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre in Martinez. It will be righteous. We're gonna get there. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. They are just gonna have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people, Martinez is the most important thing, and we're gonna build a youth centre there. The value of their properties goes up, and kids are on the coast, Harry.
Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box.
You bring joy to my heart, Harry. You need to get signatures. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca in La Delta. Then we can talk about your gun.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Yeah, I heard him. Now fuck do you think I'm doing? Let me state this very clearly, capo.
Explosive laughter follows. To his men, Titus Hardy is a golden god. But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Establish authority, yes.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
You saying we don't help people?
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shoot...
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of...
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick.
Titus is hiding nothing.
You want to talk to her? Fine, talk to her. So long as you treat her with respect. No question.
What is her name?
Glacia. I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags. A real pretty one.
Shit. The girl. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Sure, why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few...
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
Remember what I said. Freight train.
Officer, what was that? Yes. The victim? Is there something I should know before?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday. Okay, that's manageable. So she overheard you, or did you party together?
So this is what it feels like to be interviewed. What if you do, but you just don't remember? You'll get through it.
Anything else? What you're saying is, you raped her?
Ice is forming on the inside of your chest cavity. Cold sweat trickles down your neck.
Then, don't ever say that again. What else? That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else? We'll be alright, officer. This is not...
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be alright. Is it though? Nothing? You're still... The door is closed.
Who is it?
This is the police.
Come on up. The door is open.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. The wind brushes them off the roof. Just as you look at the flowers, the wind brushes them off. Just as you look at the flowers, the wind brushes them off the roof. Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of the wind brushes them off the roof. Just as you look at the flowers, you catch a single white flower between your fingers. The rest, the young woman looks at the Maybell. The lieutenant gives you an...
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still below her silvery jumpsuit. An athletic young...
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will. It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang. Clearly visible.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly. Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there. They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57.
Have I ever? This is the biggest... Oh, yeah. Live get...
The chorus of the 35 single, megaphoning the entire human race, instills you with the fuck it all swagger that prompts one to plow into grannies on your morning stroll.
Miss, we are investigating the...
Huh. I see.
What could she be thinking of? It's hard to say. Her shoulders are relaxed, her eyes on the cigarette.
Clausier Amandou.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to...
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranje. A bad memory, officer. Of lilacs and lightning. Parks, glass.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing. If you're no longer there. I'm 28. Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure.
If that's true, then Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
Nothing. I do nothing with it. It's not very cool, but what can you do? I'm afraid you can't.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with...
Thank you for your candor.
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river. Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
The record. So official. Yeah, it's pretty deluxe. I'm wintering.
How long have you been...
About 4 months. I came in November. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol. Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. I'm
How long have you...
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here... I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go. I'm really not. Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window. Tall.
Yeah? All right.
She looks at the dried chipped white polish covers the nail.
Pretty. Looks like a dried maybell. Is that the one you caught? Some boast. Why was there a flower on the roof? I don't know, officer. It's a bit early in the morning for rape, isn't it? Is it? It is afternoon. Time flies, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rape.
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them.
We partied. We drank, sir. A lot.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect. I guess you can say that, yes. A bit.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that. Oh, yes. I've had a great view.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant. He takes a small step closer.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it.
Which landline?
The one downstairs, officer.
That's some clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that. She must have had training of some...
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too.
Thank you for making the call, miss.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there. He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing.
And his role in the strike was?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military. Worked for Wild Pines. And against the Union.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
They're frequent guests. Downstairs. Over drinks. A little.
Like you partied with?
No.
I'm sorry to have...
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She breathes a silvery sigh.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Not my favorite topic. I'm 89% sure. You know how it is.
Do you?
Maybe you don't know.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're...
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here.
I'm sorry, miss, but we need a
Let me make this 100% clear then, officers. I was not sexually assaulted. How about we, change the subject to something more lighthearted now?
She looks back. Time moves slowly. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will see through. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2.
Why not? I'll be here until 11.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the wind. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was... What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some... The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our...
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the...
Looks like it, yes.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions. Yeah, it is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook.
All right.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
I don't know. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also... I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems...
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
The same small, heavy door is barred from the inside. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the premises style. But...
All right. Let's trash the place.
Let's not.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills. It's been used quite a lot. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol. Histoperidol. Nacra. This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? A bright orange bottle with Peptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container. This medicine cabinet is stocked. There it is. The orange sun. You dropped it. Smack dab in the middle of the floor. There it is. Wow. That's unbelievably orange. Anyone. The lieutenant tries to keep his eyes on the door. But who cares, man? Who cares what the stiff thinks? You got it. Here comes the afterburner. Just... This medicine cabinet is stocked.
Officer. Yeah? I have no idea, officer. Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort.
Technically, possession of narcotics is legal in Revachol, but you should still reprimand her.
What did you say? Oh my god. Now it's turning into... I'm sorry. Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Better safe than sorry. Oh, yes. One of my favorite. Like, not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being happy. It cures those ailments. It's just a mirror. Very funky. All right.
You made the right call there. It feels good. Pure. I'm talking about your zero-tolerance policy toward the mania of narco. You're in the right there. Powerful stance. Would you like to take it up a notch? Would you like to be... Yes, you're pure. Unravaged by narco. Of course, it's pretty obvious you've done a lot of drugs in the past, and will probably do more in the future. But that doesn't matter. Of course not. You've always been anti-narco militant material. You kept her off a dark course with that interjection. Are you ready to save lives?
That's good to hear.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Again? Seriously, man. Fine. Fire away. Yeah. What? Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify...
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic...
Yeah, she's crazy. Yeah.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my...
His hands become fists.
And you went and pushed her. I am gonna...
Hit you. Duck.
Titus Hardy.
Success. Titus backs off. Goddamn, no one tells you to put your fists down.
Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strength. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got to show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was in it.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
What's on it? We call it the door gun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it? You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. We have machines. We're
Understood? You've listened in on their communication.
Since way before their chief started.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff.
You don't care about evidence.
Fix, T.
I won't be on your...
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try
Yeah, play it with your...
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Your room had one. Or maybe it's too broken.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Compact tape player. The machine was made in Revachol by a company called... There's no fixing this one.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore. My kinema only comes with the radio. We should try to find a new tape player. There's a pawn shop near the Waterlock, south of...
It's not often that what can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls.
I haven't...
Who are your cut?
All kinds of people. As you can see, I have a wife. It keeps...
Entertained? He might be high. If he is, on what? feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's a drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them. I'm not offended, officer. A tape? We have boom boxes for sale that will play it. Check the shelves.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. You see rows of toys, so try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back. The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Gold, just make sure it works before you buy it.
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech. Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never. Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. A discount?
Remember, he doesn't like music. He likes sounds. The Doorgunner Megamix is his type of tape. Certainly, he'd give you a discount if he knew you'd play something so experimental.
$4 is offensively low, but just this once. For the music, concrete, cop. And here you are, quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying push, command set, and the tape starts spinning.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost...
The harbor. That's the sound of a Valson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. So... Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real night. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, never did get...
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
It seemed authentic enough. probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. Still,
there's more going on here than we know.
end of recording. One of the other mercenaries, I think, the one he was talking to. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad commit, who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil.
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
An intricate web of blue line. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it, but nothing familiar. For you to discover, someone who knows about history gone.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the poor.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never...
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
Where did they...
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via de-encryption station.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for? running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it was like the Seminole conflict, the Khohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shadow. Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Khohoi.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our—
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're—
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Like, for example...
Actually, officer, a
nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad.
Lelystad. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page, the lieutenant, the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Yes, miss. I hope you don't mind.
Oh. That. It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chick. How?
Is this Orani's lit?
Yes. He's smoking. And the woman. And he said, and so it goes. Oh, yeah. No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And another island. It is when you're high.
The Lelystad municipality has few...
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental.
Yes.
Did that bring you...
No.
Sex. Alcohol. Speed. Probably also Sildina. No love for Mother Aranye. But wasn't he a soldier? The young woman is smiling, still.
He was 42.
42? Are you sure?
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no. We even celebrated his...
We were slightly off then. Thank you for clearing...
The adversary one.
Yes. Light blue. They were like, pardon the swearing.
He had a combat wound on his...
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half...
It's clear she was very much attracted to him. And still is.
Of course. And now...
Ah, yes.
It was light brown. Almost blonde. Is the Union communist? They're a couple of shades pinker than that. No? They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say.
I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. And can you blame her?
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42. Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left. You could ask either one of them.
Huh? How old? 58? "42. And he was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week.
There's silence. Then
Sure, you're 42.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements. To the laboratorium.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Anne. That fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Dark. Dark is when you start. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No, alright. All fucking righty then. I guess it...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thought?
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head. Handled him? She got into some
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
Yeah, maybe. That is a possibility. I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. Is meant to.
Come on, Titus. It's been a long day. I'm tired of running back and forth between you. I can see you're...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of... Next time you see her, tell her Titus said... Fuck off! That lying, scamming...
Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hoppo.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be.
It's you again. What is it?
Clausia is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them out.
clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? It's you again. What is it?
Convince Titus he's being manipulated, but you know someone who might. Fat Angus, the power. Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men outside in the midday sun. Ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind. Fat Angus, just remember it's outside in the midday sun. Ruins. The pavement. He'll get it. Go on.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
It wasn't that. It wasn't... We just couldn't...
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell him.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions. The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see. He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. What was it?
We're not sure. Probably a bullet. The wound was difficult to see.
The coroner and his assistant are wrapped in blue. Hands covered in blue gloves. Mouths covered by blue masks. Bodies by blue aprons. The coroner wipes his brow, scalpel still in his hand. Get the light. Shine it in his mouth. He tells his assistant. The coroner squats to better see the light illumines the darkness inside. Well, shit. Can't blame them for missing that. Get the saw, Alan.
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them?
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't. Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy, too. We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. And there was a bullet hole through the
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse we hanged. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business. Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or...
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
Might do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you. You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own. They can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her, from the old world. They're powerful, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Said.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. In a manner of...
Remember the 2 girls? He may be talking about the other one.
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good...
The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth.
I'll see it again. All the Hardy Boys are right here, cop. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway. We're Hardy Boys, and that's it. Nope, you're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to. You do that. Hey, cop, before you go...
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large window.
Klasia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a...
We'll take that into account.